Macklem says there are some mixed signals in the data.
Morning, everyone. Watching for reactions as we push down into 700. There's the 700 to like 690 on NQ is a pretty interesting area to me. So I just want to see how we react as we fall down into this. I would love to see buyers be able to kind of absorb here and then get us back over 715 if we were going to continue higher short term.
So just to correct myself there, Treasury Secretary Yellen, US looking for creative ways to reduce Russia's oil revenues.
Here, 715.
Yellen adds the oil market seems well supplied and prices are relatively low.
We have 40 seconds until the new 15-minute candles. Just watching for our reaction here into 715 off of this hold of our 700.
And Yellen adds that softer oil prices offers a
10
possibility for
seconds
more
till new
action on
15-minute
Russian oil.
candles.
Bank of Canada's Macklem again says addressing the threat of US tariffs, it says that we can't run policy on something that might happen.
See if we can hold above 15s. Need to see buyers really start to initiate here. Maybe dubs. I don't know if you'd feel comfortable actually of buying any of this move.
Macklem says if tariffs were implemented as promised, they would be highly disruptive to the Canadian economy.
Really nice rebid of 15 so far, pushing up. This is a great first risk off if you bought off of 700s or your rebid off of 15s as we push up. This is 10 points from 15 as we retest our highs here. See if we can get some continuation. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You might have been a little scared to trade that move. Doesn't really look like there was any pullbacks that were all that great, but you never know. I don't know. Take a look back and see if there's anything that you saw that you think you would have been able to potentially trade? I know I personally probably wouldn't have taken anything.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says the unemployment rate has gone up, but we have not seen widespread job losses as you would typically see in a recession.
What's up, kids? What's up, Flex? There might be a better short below 90s. So far, there's a seller who's caught off sides there, so it's really important that we show weakness below. Until then, it could be a bit choppy here, just flagging it out.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says the most of the depreciation in the Canadian dollar is in fact an appreciation of the US dollar. Canadian dollar compared to other major currencies shows very little change. US Treasury Secretary Yellen says that we do have serious concerns with China's behavior on national security and economics, but it's important to have open channels of communication. Bank of Canada's Senior Deputy Governor Rogers says we've seen a pretty big uptick in housing activity without an uptick in prices, which is good news.
Just watching our reaction here again as we come back into this liquidity. I don't expect us to hold the same low, so I'm just kind of keeping an eye on this 90.95, seeing if a bid will step in there, or
Bank of
if
Canada
we break
Macklem says
below
we are
and then
not expecting a
reoffer
recession.
for a bit more of a move down. Unsure as of yet.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen has serious concerns with broad-based tariffs on Chinese goods.
We've got everything, ES and RTY both showing weakness as well from retests of highs, so it's really important that these things find lows. Sell side really trying on this candle, but if they get absorbed again down here, then it doesn't really matter. Just going to be watching for this 90 to find liquidity and then get back over, recovering our 700s. Or this will flip offer, and then we'll see a pullback down to it's like 670 would be my guess.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says the US reacts strongly when others try to manipulate the currency. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says, I expect a lag to business investment boosts from rate cuts.
All right, let's see how we do here. Pushing down into our 670. Should be a good test to see how much structure we actually need to repair. Either this will go offer, right, we'll flip below 70s and VWAP will start to go resistance and our value edge, or this area should be able to show a bit of interest from buy side, at least for a retest of our 95 above from the 70. So kind of
Bank
just
of Canada's
wondering
Governor
what
Macklem says, going
happens
forward,
here.
we will
Buy
consider
sides
further rate
initiate and
cuts.
pushes back up. We retest value edge, and then we can continue down, or we'll recover. Unsure yet, but kind of expecting one of these reactions from this area. So far, so good.
And Macklem mirrors the rate statement as well, says, we anticipate we'll be taking a more gradual approach.
Again, this is your first risk off if you are playing off of this VWAP and
And just to keep
PVZ
you posted,
POC
US Treasury
test.
Secretary
This is your
Yellen's
offer
interview
as
with
we push
Bloomberg
into
TV is
95,
over.
96. So just keep that in mind that we need to see a recovery of this area, just like I just talked about. Just bring that back. Wait, why isn't it coming back? Oh, it is what it is. Not much I can do about that. We'll see how we interact here. What we're watching for. Can we recover this edge and start to build, or is this going to be resistance and then we'll do something like this? I'm unsure. All I know is that this is a great first risk off. Move steps up, figure out if we keep going or not. We can feel a lot more confident about this area if we can get back over, again, I think it's around like the 715, 716. We need to see that secondary bid really start to step in above there, just like last time. This is next PT. Take a little off here as we push into 16s. See if we can get some continuation above. Really nice bid from our 70s in VWAP. Recovery of our 90 to 700. And now push back up to top of range. This is where we saw a bit of resistance here up into our highs on multiple retests into our 24 to 35. Just going to be very curious to see how we interact with this POC up here. But very nice rotation. I have one runner left here from 684.
And the press conference with Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem has now ended.
50 seconds until new 15s. Still in my runner from 84s, just watching to see if we can break the highs or not. RTY, nice bounce off of ADR. ES just retesting our top of range here into 88. Just, again, watching to see if market can be able to break out of this flagging structure on the higher time frame. Looks so good so far. New high on NQ. Targeting like 750, 755 if we can continue on from this point here on NQ. Just watching our ES reaction, seeing if we can make that new high. Retesting our value edge here on NQ while we wait for ES. Russell retesting top of this little balance area that we're trading in. Ideally, we see bids be able to hold this breakout on NQ and hold our value edge while Russell retests this node that we just pushed above. And we just watch to see if ES can also follow through. Got a POC below us on NQ that is kind of my invalidation. As long as we're holding that POC from the last 15-minute candle, I'm not too worried about this, as we just try to retest highs elsewhere, right? NQ is the only one that's actually broken out. So just got to be a little bit patient here as we wait. Good retest and hold of our node on Russell. NQ still just holding our value edge, no change there. Looking to see if we can build. And ES testing top of structure again, watching to see if we can get that new high or if we'll continue to find resistance here. I'm hoping that Russell, this retest and hold of our higher low at our node edge helps with this ES break. RTY into first target here from PVZ at 95.70. Just tagged out one into 50s. Into PT from our value hold on our edge. One left. And there's your ES break as well that we were anticipating with the Russell move. Great job, Dubs. Great job, Varg. And on the higher time frame, we have much more structure. So if you have the ability to hold a runner, right, like that's definitely worthwhile. But no matter what, great trade. We'll see how much we need to chop it up here. We still have 3.5 minutes left on this candle, so a lot can happen. So for the sequence that I just posted in chat, post in Discord, in on stream as well. So just buying here into our pullback for our value edge, taking our first risk off into our 95,700 right in here. So it's just this initial move, then leaving a runner for this next rotation as we push up into our 725 edge. That's our secondary risk off. So primary into our first edge, secondary into our second edge, then looking to see if we can build above, leaving a runner. This runner I then took off into here after building out a new position at our value edge, which is this 35, right? Just our value edge on retest for that continuation up. I have now taken off one runner here into our 50s like we talked about, and now I'm just holding from our 50 edge with one runner for a potential continuation. This is kind of next target here on ES, 96 to 98.50, while Russell comes up into our next target as well of this previous day value high to VWAP. So really keeping an eye on here to see if we're able to break above or if this is going to be kind of a resistance for right now. I'm personally risked off here from 30s into 70s, and I will wait to see what we do into this area.
Seeing Tesla shares gaining 3.5%, their first intraday record since 2021 now. So gains extending in the S&P 500 as we get into afternoon trade here. That's the S&P up around spot 85%.
Good hold of our value edge here on NQ, bottom of our range at our 50s. Just again, waiting to see how Russell and ES build. Expect NQ to kind of need to just chop around here for a bit while we figure out if ES and RTY can get over or not. Uptrend still very much so intact. Yeah. The 65.70 is where we need to see a very clear hold and push above. Got absorption into this. Says RTY testing previous day value high. Now that we've pushed above, this is an interesting area. What do we've got here? 403.10. 407.30.
and Brent crude futures rising more than $1 a barrel.
Russell almost at day open here. ES trying to hold our 93s and push. Need to see a willingness to trade over 96. NQ still just in our established range. Need to show interest over this 65.70 or we'll continue to see those guys get absorbed up into that high. I think a good sign of continuation and not a stall out kind of up here is Russell breaking over day open and then showing support above our 30-second opening range high. Same thing with 65.70 on NQ. Really, it's just, can we establish a shift of value up here and a new balance outside of the breakout from the 15-minute chart? As we can see, we did the exact same thing on the last leg up, right? We had to establish a new balance. We then were able to break and push the highs, and now we're doing the same thing, right? We're establishing a new balance above, and we're looking to establish a push and break of the highs. And then we'll do it again. It's just a trending market that is pushing into unknown territory. Up sauce. Good hold over 70s so far. Things look good. ES and RTY into our top of resistance here, 98.50 and our 407.3 both rejected. We're watching to see if we can build out a higher low with NQ now establishing above this 65.70. If we can do that, we should be able to continue pushing, right? Just want to see how we interact in the 65.70 on NQ with these edge tests on ES and RTY. Any pullback, we want to see just a POC of previous candle, or from this current candle, right into our 70 edge. Earning library cards. Yeah, it's so good. Kindle is such a good device. People really sleep on the Kindle. Like, it definitely has a cult following, but like the average person definitely sleeps on the Kindle. The movie? I started it. It's not my cup of tea. I think I got like halfway through it and then got bored. I'm fine with musicals when like it doesn't feel forced, but Wicked felt pretty forced to me personally. Like I'm a big fan of like Moulin Rouge. Like I think that's probably my favorite out of all the musicals I've watched. But usually I'm not a huge fan. They're a little cheesy. What's another musical I like? Like Escape the Universe or Across the Universe is pretty good. That one didn't feel too forced. Hmm. Les Mis was okay, but even that one felt a bit forced. Yeah, I've heard the book was pretty dark for Wicked. I don't know. I have a tendency to attract women who like musicals, and so I am forced to watch them. But that's about the only time that I'll go out of my way. That's I don't know, man. I've got my doubts on that take. Yeah, it seems like a common take that girls like them. I don't know. You get what I mean though? They just like kind of feel forced most of the time. Like why? Why are we breaking out into song here? Yeah, yeah. Hmm. This is really good that we're trying to establish here on Russell at day open. If we can do this, I think that another leg's pretty guaranteed. NQ holding POC on the open of this new 15. Looks fine so far at the bid at 75s. Watching Russell at day open while we do this on NQ. Again, it's always just about establishing a new balance above previous structure and then looking for that pullback into the low and then just playing it out, right? You have two options, either trying the low edge or trying the break of our resistance and a show of support like we did here into that 65.70 and that edge test. And then from there, it just then accumulates sideways, right? And there's a little consolidation action, and then we do it all over again until that ceases. It's just trend. There's no short until we see a very clear break of structure and a break of our lower highs. Sorry, our higher lows. Just doesn't exist. Everything's a pullback until we've established that sell side is in
Germany gives
control.
up plans for a gas plant expansion, according to their economy ministry.
Surf, are you here? Guess not. Oh, you. Did you see that Sanderson's release schedule? The next book doesn't come out till 2033. Book 6. Yeah, but I thought it was fake when we first heard. I mean, it's not like we're not gonna get 7 books in between, but like novellas. But it's a bit rough. It's the problem when he's working on 3 or 4 different series at a time. At least they're all like semi-connected, so it's not like the worst thing in the world, but it's rough. I'm looking for a dip into 70s and then a pop back over 75 and continuation if we're gonna go higher short term. Just keeping an eye on this. The 65.70 is pretty important for us to be able to maintain. Very nice bid into our 70s. Continuation button. Push back up. See if we can break highs here or if this is going to get stuck again. We have so much liquidity up into this 85 that we're going to need to be able to push through. Give me another opportunity, please. I'm thinking Russell into view up is the move for the next relief bounce. Got 50 seconds on this candle for another 50-minute close. Watching for pullbacks here. Sell side really serious at that 85 level on NQ, so I gotta wait for this to establish. NQ, we're looking at like 93 area, it looks like to me. Just back to our 70 here on NQ. Still a bit of liquidity, but I doubt this holds. I'd want to see probably like one more leg down on NQ as Russell pushes into view up and previous day value high. I don't know. We'll see. A bit more of a reaction than I was expecting. I don't really see the buy side that I'd want for a breakout, but nice little rotation, I guess. We'll see if it can establish. Not a huge fan of where that POC closed or opened at 85s. Absorption is pretty serious still. Here's that push down that I was talking about on NQ. Watching to see reactions here. 65.70. If we can hold our edge or if we'll have to come back down to 50s. We're looking for buy side or sell side to try to to get caught into this lower edge ideally, and then from a caught seller we want to see them then look above and then start to build above 85s if this is going to be the move. We shall see. I still don't hate the 65-70 area. We'll see if we retest in a little bit lower with Russell going to VWAP. But I don't think that this is bad pivot. If it goes offer, right, we'll have probably like 20 points to the downside that we can play. But we should get a nice reaction as RTY comes down. Just watching for this, right? We're watching to see how we develop here. Can we let this higher low and then get over that 85? Or do we take off and rotate down into this? I'm hoping that we get the upside reaction with this low on RTY finally finding, RTY finally finding a bottom. We come back into our PVZ AVWAP. Just need to see a bit more of a sign of life on NQ. Mm-mm-mm. 'Come on, Russell, figure it out. 10 points so far from 70 into our 80 with Russell reaction. Need to see that break over 85s though for this to really have any legs. Watch for pretty aggressive selling into 85, 80, 85 if we can't get above just like the last reaction. Watching Russell into 403.10, 403.10, our previous resistance here at our 30-second opening range low, just in case we lose momentum here. We got a nice reactionary relief move off of our anchored VWAPs, right? Our clouds on both Russell and ES, which was really easy to establish a relief bounce, but now we need to determine if we're going to get a breakout or just a balance into top of ranges here. I think this is a great area to move stops up and look to see if we can find a secondary entry above our 85s if we can establish. Russell rejecting so far, but holding a higher low. ES has a bit more room up into 98. Again, it's the exact same structure as the last move. Do we see this? Oh, this is literally the same structure. Like the same price action, the same everything. Which is we have a inside candle that looks above, finds a seller, right? And then wicks down into the basing or bottom of the candle body from the previous candle. That creates a liquidity grab, and then we rotate all the way back up. It's just trend and pull back. Do we see that? Do we see how this is the exact same pattern on both of these? See if we can establish ourselves here. While Russell is able to hold our structural break back into our 30-second opening range. Just looking for a pullback on NQ here at top. See if we can find a buyer at a higher low. While Russell does this and ES tests our top edge. $50 until noon 15s.
The Fed bids for 10-year notes totaling $279.3 million.
Cannot stop yawning. Might need to do a coffee break here in a second. Seller flashing liquidity into 790, and then people are just taking early because of that. Russell to our 30-second opening range mid here, our previous seller. Don't really think anything's changed on NQ. It looks like maybe a pullback to POC if anything, but I think buy side's still present here. We'll have to wait and see. ES into our top edge, finally hit PT into our 98 from our bottom edge. Just waiting to see if we can develop higher lows on ES and RTY while we develop here from our push from 70s and now trying to develop at our high edge on NQ. Same as before, guys just flashing liquidity as soon as we get close to that 90 and people start to sell prematurely. Needed this guy to pull after he's done doing whatever he's doing, and then we can go. Or we break below our 78s, and then we have to redo the balance again. Just kind of waiting to see which way we're going to go here. In my opinion, it still looks fine on the higher time frame, like 15. Looks fine. With Russell and ES still holding where they need to. Just looks like noise on NQ to me. Someone taking a profit or building a position.
10 minutes time now at the top of the hour. The US is due to sell $22 billion. Excuse me, that's the US selling 39.
I just got PT'd into 91s there on whatever that was. That was really weird.
347%. So during the session today, treasuries were edging toward cheaper levels in US trading. Ahead of
Still in some position, but took off a little into 91 there into that wick.
4.2 from 4.25% after the release of the November CPI data. That left intact expectations for another Fed rate cut in a week's time. It
Back to
rebounded
POC, a previous 15-minute candle.
Partially restoring a concession for the sale, which remained about 10 basis points richer than last month's new issue.
This can now be moved. We're watching this area for buy-side liquidity.
Interest rate strategist in a late Tuesday report said that the sector was fairly valued and the auction should go smoothly. Also making note of the latest CFTC positioning data, this shows that speculators were net short 163,000 ultra 10-year note futures and 892,000 10-year note futures, near record levels and a possible source of covering demand at this upcoming auction.
Buy side really needs to show the willingness to hold this 71 to like 77 on bid. If we can do this, then we retest into 85s, and then we keep going. But if this guy at this like 85-90 area wants to continue to sell, then any look below 60s, 60, 65, is going to result in short-term downtrend. So just keeping that in mind. Draw this out a bit. Watching this edge. Sell side gets serious. Low. Here. Yeah, really trying to shove this thing down. Again, like I'm more than willing to flip below 60 on a 60, 65 offer on from a look below. I think we get acceleration, so really willing to flip position off of that. But until then, just watching to see if buy side can absorb.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. The US sells $39 billion in 10-year notes. Prior bid to cover was 2 spot 58, and the prior high yield was 4 spot 347%.
And 60, 65. Just that selling block that we're seeing on the 15. But yeah, like 68's really like the top of that. Until then, just kind of watching to see how we absorb into it. I see two scenarios, right? Either sellers get absorbed here again, and then we rotate back up, and then this initiates a very strong bid, or offer is able to establish themselves below this, and then this is going to cause a larger rotation down before we get a pop back up. To me, it just looks like a little bit more shenanigans are going on in NQ compared to ES and Russell. So because they're still holding where they need to, I'm not like bearish, right? But like there's very clearly a seller on NQ compared to NQ and ES for me. It's much more easy to read. So it's just like, is this guy just going to take profit while we're balanced, like consolidating here? Or is this going to be like our leading signal for downside short term? I'm unsure as of yet. Can't see the future. All we know is that we can see that he was flashing a ton of liquidity at 90s over and over and over again, letting that being taken, and then was able to aggressively kind of rotate this back down to the lows. We know that there's someone willing to take in, passive buyers are willing to take in size here from sellers who are pushing down into this like 70 to 60 area. And as long as that's maintaining, right, like we're good. But if we lose that and then on offer, then that should lead to an attempt back down to a previous level of buy side value. So, yeah, that's really it. It gets hard when we slow down and we're just like testing into new territory. But as long as nothing's invalidated on our larger time frames, you kind of have to stick with it, with the trend idea, until we can establish like a very clear pivot below us that we invalidate for like buyer, or sorry, a buyer invalidation.
So we're shortly expecting the results of the 10-year note sale. The pre-sale when issued yield comes at the top of the hour. Auction results normally follow a couple of minutes after this.
He's flashing at 180 now. We'll see if we can pop through or not. This is our pivot. Let us know. Or not 180, 780, sorry. New 15s have opened.
When issued, 4 spots.
See your full rotation.
Ahead of the $39 billion auction.
So we approach 90, just risk off a little or move stops up just in case we can't get through again. Russell holding and was able to establish and rotating back up to our 30-second opening range high. Again, without the invalidation of ES or RTY, you have to stay bullish, even though we see a seller in NQ. Overall structure is still bullish, right? Like there's no, we've created an invalidation level of where sell side can show its hand, but until then, like it's a balanced range. Even though it's a bit volatile, we have to still kind of keep the bull idea alive. And this is just a balance trade until we show a willingness to trade over this guy. Right? I don't know what happens here. Come back down and then we figure it out. Something like this, maybe. That's all I can really see. But RTY is still going. ES still going. Looks good. Only thing that looks murky is NQ, and that's just an established range that we're trading in.
Bid to cover 2.7 with a high rate of 4.235%,
good first risk off.
4.235%.
Again, like I
The
said,
US sold
just pulling
39
back
million
to our
shares this
LVN here,
morning,
and now getting that
33.39%
pop above.
of bid
We're looking for
supply.
it to establish
Prime
above the
dealers
90.
take 10.51%, direct 19.5%, indirect 69.99%.
Right, it's this. So let's see if we can do it. I've taken off 3/4 of my size from our low. I'm just waiting to see if we can develop here. Mario liking musicals is unexpected. Is it not? I don't know. Like the man listens to nothing but SoundCloud, like electronic music. I don't know. It's just kind of odd. But this is the block that I was talking about, Sauce. I don't know if you can see it, but I mean, it
Bank
should
of
be
America
clear.
CEO Moynihan says companies see regulations as more favorable under Trump.
Right? So, like, if we could establish below that, like, sure, like, then we can be a bit bearish. Until then, though, like, it's a choppy range with an established buyer and seller. You know what I mean? And especially with, like, Russell holding our low and ES holding our low and then being able to bid up the higher low, right? Like, okay, well, we held our VWAP pivot, which is what we were looking for buy side interaction, and we wanted to see this rotation up. So that all makes sense, and we should expect buyers to still be in control with that happening. Even though we have an established seller who's into this 90, it's like, okay, well, you know we have an established buyer down here. So unless we can invalidate this, there's no reason to think that we don't just do one of these. This guy is still, like, incredibly strong up here. I don't know what the deal is. Man wants to sell into 90s. That's all I know. I think if this area fails, this trade's probably over with. ES just retesting structure breakout at our 98.50. Same with Russell. Just trying to hold day open now. Supportive both at our edge, structural edge. Just retesting. NQ still holding our pocket that we need to for buyers. Need to see this look over 90s just like we have pathed. Other than that, not much here. Everything's doing what it needs to as of right now. Just gotta establish above. Show if the seller's gone, or he will continue to take profit into 90.
57 entities borrow $180.120 billion in Fed reverse repo operation. New York Fed accepts $180.1 billion in submissions to overnight reverse repo facility on December 11. IDF confiscates Syrian tanks that were out of use. IDF targets threats and terrorist sites along Syrian border.
57 counterparties take 180 spot $1.2 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Not yet. We'll see. I mean, Russell's still holding. ES is still holding where it needs to. NQ is just trying to get and develop over this 90 seller. If we can do that, then we can go. I don't know. I'm still in from 72, so just kind of waiting. Not really much to talk about. This either fails here or we establish above. Again, like you gotta just like keep an eye on the higher time frame stuff because nothing about this. Like we held where we needed to. We can see those offside sellers in the low that are just absorbed. We can just see the push. The slow grind up, but it's a grind,
Citing an informed
and it is
source,
up.
and then reposted
Like
by
I
Al
don't.
Jazeera on X. Says that
It
they
is what it
estimate that
is.
they're going to succeed in concluding an exchange deal by the time of Trump's inauguration.
Going to delete pathing now that it's fully played into target. And we wait and see how we develop here. Might be a good area to exit, at least some, if you have the ability to take some risk off without closing full. As we approach ETH high on Russell and our double top on ES. Not sure what happens here, but it's a good area to start looking for seller. I am flat. I'll look for another leg up if we can get it. I think there was a pretty solid entry at 90s sauce for a continuation. Once we were able to establish above, you can see that on the 5-minute footprint pretty well. I didn't play it, but I do see it in hindsight on the establishment above. Like it looked good on the 5-minute chart. No, this is just how I played it. But that yellow pathing would have been a really good secondary entry if you were looking at that. I just wasn't paying attention because I was already in. Mm-hmm. Oh, so far, Russell holding our ETH high where we took profit on NQ. NQ was able to run a bit more with that move, but it was understandable that we were going to start to see some of that sell side pressure with ES also double topping and Russell coming into that resistance. Just back down to my original profit target where I took profit into 800s. Just kind of watching to see how it plays out here. We've got a decent buying node from 95 to like 800, but just kind of waiting. I'd love to see what happens into a retest of POC here into our yellow box that we have drawn. ES still, or sorry, Russell's still just holding day open on retest, and ES still holding our structure at 98. So again, just kind of watching to see how we develop out off of the breakout and then push up. Jesus, I'm dying. Sorry about that. Yeah, 808's where we need to see that bid step above and hold. Russell leading down is not a great sign, but maybe NQ can establish above and we'll be all right. We've got potential for that NQ seller at like 94 to 98 to be kind of off sides here if we can step over 808s and bid. Hmm.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, see the release of the US federal budget balance. Forecast is a deficit of 356 billion on the prior deficit of 257 billion.
Hmm. If sell side is going to establish, it'll do it here. Buy sides needs to be pretty aggressive and look back over 800s or expect offer to be sitting in this 95 area.
In 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US federal budget balance. Forecast minus 356 billion on the prior minus 257 billion.
Yeah, I almost died a little bit earlier because I just like started choking randomly. I had like a coughing fit. I had to mute my mic. It was very strange. I don't know, man. I think if we can't get over this 95, so far it's reoffered and sell side's holding. But if we can't get back above this 95 800, I think that we might need to revert back down to about 65 before we continue onward. It's kind of my general feel right now. So really watching to see if buyers can get us back over 800 here, or I do think that a reversion down to 65 makes a lot of sense for NQ. They're just starting to curl over a bit. The regression channel printed kind of weird here on the 15. The hell?
1 minute remaining. $10. Minus 366.8 billion, minus 366.8 billion, which is lower than the expected 356.5 billion. The fiscal 2025 year-to-date deficit 624 billion versus comparable fiscal 24 deficit of 381 billion. The Treasury official in this report notes the US November receipts, outlays, and deficits are all record highs for that month.
Again, just keeping an eye on this 95 to 800, seeing if sell side can absorb buyers here, or if buyers can retake and gain a bit of excitement over 800s from our hold of our 787, our 788, really. Overall buyer trend still there, but we're just starting to see early signs of curling. So we need to see if this is going to be a decent pullback that then results in a breakout, or if this is just kind of going to be a continuation of our short-term downtrend, right? So look above here, see if buy side can actually show their hand, or if this is going to get chopped up. Ideal world, we see something like this occur, where this was able to hold, and then we're able to establish here, and then we're able to pop over. What we don't want to see is this guy right here get off sides, push below, and then start to establish below value. That'll be a really good sign that sellers need to really send this thing back down to our 60-65 area. Do I have space? Yeah, I'm not doing anything. I like actually can't clear my throat now after coughing. I don't know what's going on. Mm. All right. So I always take these stupid Momo trades and get stopped out for a small loss. Thesis here was wait for 52.50, previous 15-minute POC reclaim in 57 area. If I take this entry as shown, do I just wait for the most recent low to invalidate me? It also gave me the idea that after I broke the high, then retested those POCs. So you entered a long on the break. This is NQ at 52. I'm just going back on my chart to see what this looked like. For those that are taking this short based off of pathing, this is first PT as we push down into 82 to 77. We need to see how we establish down here. But we got our reoffer, right? And now we're pushing down into our lower blue box, watching to see if this downtrend is just going to persist like we have drawn on the regression channel. So again, as we approach this edge, watch to see if buy side is willing to hold or if we establish below value for this rotation down to 65s. I'm unsure. All I know that this is a good first PT off of the reoffer of 95. Yeah, give me 1 sec. Time looking now. Just wanted to make sure people knew where they were. Sorry, 1 sec. I don't know if I see the PSC that you're talking about at 52. Are you talking about? Oh, okay, yeah. Got it. So what did that look like? So that was the liquidity dip low down into 42. And then we got the look above in 52. Yeah, so the way that we looked at this area was that this was the same thing. So I think something that you can do, I don't, I mean, like your entry isn't bad, right? It's just a higher low. So you have, but it's the context that's around it that I think is really important. Because I think that this isn't a bad area to look, but you haven't established anything at 52 that tells you that price is going to break out, right? Like you're kind of buying the middle of the candle at 52. Um, it's kind of a hard area to take if you aren't buying the edge low. You kind of have to wait for the establishment above. Because for me, we were looking for a liquidity grab into this void here, right? So we're looking for this dip below, and then we're looking for that seller to be offsides here, which is what they are. And then we establish above with a secondary buyer above 52, right? Above our 50s. So does this POC hold offer a potential low that we can now play off of for continuation? Yeah, definitely, right? But there hasn't been an established buyer yet that's showing excitement over. So if you want to have an entry that's like this, you have to have a wider stop at really the low, or you just have to wait for this to play out, which is the look above and then the ability to establish a secondary buyer who's excited, who breaks us out and continues higher, right? Without it, that it's not, it's just not confirmed. So something that I really like to do is when we look at areas like this, when we see again, like these, like I call them like liquidity voids. They're not really, right? That's just an LVN in your footprint. So we have like this area where I'm going to be seeking, looking for liquidity to be seeking to take this out, kind of test back into, and then we pop from there. This is these, we see it happen over and over again. Like you can see it here again, where this is our low, right? So we'll like find these areas where we'll establish like a little micro bid to look at it for a push up. You can see it happen here again. So like when we extend far away from an area, I'm looking at these areas for pullbacks. Here's another one that was very good. Here was another one that was very good. Right? So when we see this, we're looking for these to be a dip area, and then we're looking for a rotation up from it. So when we see these pockets like this, I'm looking for kind of an extreme to come back down into this and then pop through. So for me, this is a potential entry. If you're not going to buy here and look for that edge, right, for that edge pullback, then I think you have to establish it above. So if we're looking at this area like that, what can we see? Because this was basically your entry here. Your entry was here, basically, right? Which is not bad. It's not a bad entry. But we're now looking for this to flag and hold previous structure from our low for a pop up, right? So there's no reason to get stopped out of this unless you're just like over leveraging here. Could you have probably found a better entry? Yeah, definitely, right? Even just by like probably putting a fixed range on this low, we can see like we're holding where we need to, right? Just like our POC retest, we're just finding a buyer here. So we're seeing higher low, higher low, higher low. So something that you might even be able to do is just like, I think an AVWAP would probably show you the same bounce point. Maybe just establish like, what does a trend up look like? Like, you see what I mean? Like, have we invalidated anything? Right? So like, go back to those simple tools that we learned in the beginning, because all of the signs are here that we want to go up, right? We've established that someone's getting trapped into these lows. We held where we needed to for that liquidity grab. So now it's just about punishing these guys who are potentially offsides here. And with us holding our 50 edge and seeing that bid hold and our AVWAP hold, that can give you a bit more confidence to be like, okay, yeah, this is a potential flag. And I can now put my stop here or here at this low and feel pretty confident that if this breaks, that I don't want to be in this trade, right? Even if it just chops around here, I still don't want to be in that trade because that's not what I was looking for. So I think just like putting it at either like this most recent low or the actual low would be fine. and then just letting this flag play out because nothing's invalidated and we're holding our upward trend for a potential offside seller. I do think that if you don't want to, if you just wanted to like get rid of that 52 entry altogether in like a better area to God, I cannot delete the thing I want to look at. What a better entry would be just this breakout retest for the second leg, because this is what we're establishing, right? Above this buyer here. I'm gonna actually, this is getting a little messy, so give me a sec. Sorry, I had to message someone. So what we're seeing here is really important because we had someone absorb in this last area when we were up here. And we're watching to see if on this structural break of the downtrend off of this seller who was caught offsides, right? So we've established this guy's offsides into the low. We've established a buyer is attempting at a higher low. We've now pushed out and looked above. I'm now looking to see how we interact with this participant who's to our left and with this seller that's shifted value down, right? So we've seen a value shift down. So from here to now here, and now we're establishing back above. So we looked above this guy on this look above, right? We've broken above this guy, and now we're retesting the seller shift of value. So we know that if this can hold here, it's in a really good spot because we have a seller who's offsides into our low. We have now overcame our previous seller. We've looked above, and now we're establishing value above the shift. So I'm now looking for a buyer to be really strong here for that secondary leg to push off of. I think that can be a really good area to keep an eye on for that break of downtrend and retest. It's because we get this. Even this wick high, right? We take out that high, and then we're establishing above this shift in seller value here. So for me, I'm looking for this to be like a very strong rebid area because we've already established that this guy's offsides, and now we're trying to shift value above for buyers. So I think that this is a pretty good buy as well if you weren't going to buy this edge low with this like little liquidity void or LVN in your footprint candle. But yeah, I think you just were running way too tight of a stop there. And it might just be because you don't have enough trust yet in your trade logic with like the offside seller showing on footprint. I don't know. But yeah, you should definitely have your stop below the most recent low at least. You know? I personally did not trade that area. So I was gonna try to show you an example of a trade, but I didn't trade that area, so there's not really much for me to say on that end. We're looking pretty stuck right now, not gonna lie. We held our edge where we needed to on the lows for NQ. But that's about it. We need to see if we can reclaim back above 800s and build above that 808. Or we're just going to continue this slow grind down that we're doing, which is no fun. I'm hoping that this is enough. This stuff down here is enough for us to now establish back above 800s for continuation. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't know if it's going to play, right? But I'm hoping that we can start to show an interest above if we can remain, if these guys can remain offsides. Yeah, this 800 look has to be pretty solid for me to like have any confidence in this other than just it being garbage chop. Good news is that Russell is also trying to break down trend at the same time, so it's a nice sign. It's a little early in its development, but it is trying to build higher lows and recover our day open. Okay, this is promising, guys. Let's see if we can get a bit more. Got a buyer who's trying at this 96 to 800. See if they can hold. We're looking for a dip into 96 to 800 to be bought very quickly if buyers are going to be able to establish themselves up here. And then we want to see a look over 808 for confirmation. Russell's still holding where it needs to. Looks fine. Just looking for this dip on NQ and back into this buyer edge. Mm-hmm. 215s have opened. Still holding where we need to on NQ. but not seeing like a tremendous bid as of yet. Russell's able to push. Yes, still stuck. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Come on. I'm personally looking to take off half here into 808. Yeah, just out half. Looking to see if we can push above 808s and establish, but that was a little bit longer than what needed to take. So just want to take a little risk off just in case we can't break. We were able to hold our established zone where we wanted to see buyers be able to maintain, and we're trading back up into our pivot. See if we can build above, establish over 808 for that break. God, I hate trading the afternoons. Things to keep in mind as we're at this 808 is Russell's also at our ETH high again, where we sold off last time, or at least started to see that sell side pressure, right? That was my last cue to close on NQ, was this retest in here. We're watching to see if this loses momentum and then starts to show that weakness again in the market, or if we can actually break over, right, and develop it out. I don't know. I don't have the answer for you. That is why I took off half size. It really is, Mark. It really is. Morning juicer into the afternoon snoozer. Holy. Russell testing highs here, looking above ETH high. See if we can actually close above, or if it's just gonna wick in and then sell. I don't know. ES holding where it needs to. Love to see a retest of 98.50. If this is going to get like a nice bid, but it's fine if it just wants to keep going from here regardless. And Q's fine where it's at. Just trading size at 808s, right? Trying to get rid of this seller. I think if we drop below like 802, then we might have some issues, but until then, just looks like it's developing a higher low on the break of structure from here, right? So I'm just kind of keeping an eye on that while Russell and ES do their thing. I've sold 2 contracts, 1 into 808s, and actually 2 into 808 basically, and now just have a break-even stop at 99.75. One minute until candle close. Pretty choppy. This is our ES retest of our edge. See if it can hold. Russell's still not showing a willingness to develop over ETH high. I got stopped out there. Yikes. See if it bids again or if the offer's below. $26. I don't think I'm going to take another entry until this 15-minute closes, but so far they're getting absorbed into our low on NQ. I will wait to react on new 15, even if it means me missing out on the trade. Oh shit, let me get rid of my PT now that I've stopped out. That is good. Sometimes I forget to do that. See if we can hold this. There's been no invalidation of our buy zone, but we need to see our Russell establish above and NQ show a bit of more excitement. Might be able to get one more rotation back up to 808 off of this. Again, below 95.75, like that 96 area, that's when you have to start to wonder if we're going to have to rotate back down to 82. But until then, we're just watching to see if buy side can maintain here again. Understand that POC from previous candle is above us into this 808, and we're establishing our opening below, right? So this could be the start of a downtrend, and we want to be aware of that this is where we'd be looking for that offer, and then rotation back down to POC off of the failure to break through the seller. So really important that this buyer is able to maintain here, and we're able to then break this and show that excitement above for that continuation over, or this move's just kind of stopped for right now. Offer now is going to try to hold below 800s. If they can do that, then we can rotate down to that 82. If buy side can recover 800s and show any sort of willingness to trade over, then that seller is going to be offsides. We're watching to see if this is going to result in that next sell leg down for this downtrend. Russell is rejecting our ETH highs so far. With that loss of momentum, it's just talking about the same stuff that we've already gone over. That it has to be a risk-off area, understanding that it has been a reactionary level so far. Let's see which way it can establish. There's a high likelihood that buyers win this. Find liquidity very quickly in this pocket. Looking for a pushback over 800s for confirmation. That personally invalidated my short look. That look into the pocket and bid. So until I see either us establish again an offer from a look in like this, I'm looking for buyers to win this out, personally. We'll see how we develop here, but regardless, I'm no longer looking for a trade until it figures it out. I'll wait for either that look, like down into 82s or the look over. I don't like it. I'd rather take a break even here, like I just did, right? Than sit here emotionally unsure for 15 minutes and then take the same break even regardless. Like, I can't be bothered. Either it happens, like the trade happens that I want in the time frame that I want, or I will just wait. So even though the short's still playing and we're holding where we need to, I just didn't feel comfortable personally. No, I tried to short at 96. And then that pop made me feel a little weird about it because I think that longs can win this out here into this low. So I just exited because I thought that there's potential for us to pop. I still think that there's potential for us to pop over 800s. So I just took a break even. I tried to short here dubs and then just stopped out into here. I'm just waiting now. Because Russell's still holding, which is giving me way less confidence in this. I had plenty of time to take profit for the down leg. I just didn't. Just not a great trade for me. You see what I mean? I just took a break even. I didn't see what I wanted to see. And that wick up was too fast for me to take profit. So, like, okay, whatever. I'll wait. Can't win them all. You see what I mean? Where I could have taken profit into 87. I just didn't. Yeah, so for me, where it's like if I'm like up on a trade and I don't take profit, and then we come back up to my stop and retest, and it's like, okay, well, I didn't take profit when I could have. Am I gonna let this trade now go against me and be red for a more of a potential loss after failing to execute properly on my own volition? It's like, no, okay, so then I'll just scratch this trade and call it what it is, which is a personal fuck up, right? Like it's on me. No reason to then continue the punishment, hoping that it goes back down. All of a sudden, like a little scalp could then ruin my day if I let it kept up the red trade, right? Trying to go back down because I was trying to be right every trade. That's what screws you. It's like a little like 5-10 point scalp. All of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, now I'm 30 points red. Oh, now I'm 100 points red because I didn't close because I wanted it to go back. I know, just take the $50 cut and call it a day and move on. Next. Yeah. And like it did in this case, but like I don't care. I'm out of it. I'm done. Now we'll watch to see if this 800 will bid. We don't see this bid at 96 hold. I don't think there's anything here. Just keeping an eye on this 96 to 800 to see if buyers can hold. Flirting with 96 now. This is just POC from previous candle, which is why I'm interested. Okay, this looks good, guys. Oh my god, we have another hour of this. We have another hour. I just exited 1 into 808, one runner left from 800. Just taking profits where I can get them, looking for breakout, one contract. For this one, personally, I just played the break. But that's all. 45 seconds until new 15s. Buy side attempting to establish here above 808. Seeing if the seller is done conducting their business here. See if we can pop. We have a buyer shelf from 804 to about 810. It's going to be looking for any sort of pullback into that for us to hold and continue this. But I think we're all right. Let's see what happens. It took ages, but we did it. See if we can get some continuation or if this is it. This is how I traded this section. Trying to bait Braxton and giving us a play. Was this action too slow, or were you guys able to take advantage of this? Did you get chopped up? What's the idea here? How are we feeling? We've held everything everywhere we've needed to find support. Found it into our 804. We found it into our 95. So like our pivots are holding and we're pushing. It's just a bit slow on the uptake. I'm flat again. Again, I just traded into that 818 and then called it quits. But there might be potential if you have runners. I've just been trading very small size-wise since we slowed down, just because it's a bit uncomfy for me. Until then, though, just gotta wait again for another area to establish. As you can see from the screenshot that I posted, like I'm buying the excitement candle, right? The acceleration candle on the break. I'm not buying the edge low on these moves. I'm just playing like an up thrust, I guess is the best way to put it, on every single one of these so far. Let's see what this looks like next to it. So like we've established what we want to see and where we want to hold, but like I'm playing the pop up from that area and then seeing that excitement on Dom and then just playing into our next pivot, right? So like buying here, selling here, waiting then, looking for this to then establish again here into our low, buying on the break, seeing that excitement over, selling into our high, just playing that push up, that up thrust. But like our pivots are holding. It's just, it's so slow in the monotony of the chop before we actually get that acceleration that if you don't want to get caught, you got to wait for, you got to just play like the actual breaks. For me, this feels a lot more comfortable playing this kind of move rather than trying to play this low right now, just because of how slow these reactions are. So just kind of like seeing that size step in and being like, oh, okay, now we can go again. Yeah, this morning was very good. When I got on, if I didn't have to stream, I probably would have left in the first hour after we had some very nice trades. Because the slowdowns are just rough, man. Especially after you have like really solid moves off the morning, and then you have to like deal with that speed of slowdown. It just feels so bad. I will be right back. Oof. All right, my bad. $20 until new 50-minute candles at our top here again on NQ into this 18. Watching to see if we get a reaction into day open on Russell. See if we get a bit of relief there. Ideally. Hopefully help NQ get the hell out of here. New 15's opening now. Watching our like 97 area on ES. See if buyers can hold there. We've established a decent sized node there. No. don't see anything here. You've got this buyer at 805s. Let's see if they'll protect it or not. That's all I really see. This is so slow, man. Getting bored. What is it, girl? Watching our reaction as we push into 805. Looking to see if it'll flip or if it won't. We want to see a very strong take from buyers as we approach this liquidity. I want to see either a very quick look in with this being defended and then pop, or I think that we could be done for right now. So just really keeping an eye on this low. Mm-mm. $805 buyer holding so far, but coming back into our node edge here and sell side. I think there's probably one more leg down just into this zone that I've marked. But if we can show and establish over 813, anything can happen. Just really paying attention for a liquidity grab with this and push down into that like 800. It's just so slow. Good job, Sauce. Yeah, I didn't take the 805. How much faster do you want? I'd like it to be, about 3 times as fast, ideally. That's kind of my bread and butter market. When we were this slow, I just am too bored to care. Especially if I've already made money on the day. Like it's just like, do I really have any interest in trading this? And the answer is almost always no. Because I know what I had earlier, right? And it's just not the same. Yeah, again, I really do think that we need the dip, but we'll see. Yeah, I feel you, dude. Short now? I'm in no position, Robert. I don't trade an action that looks like this. Too slow. Yeah, I could never trade ES like on days like this. Shit looks awful. You can see the attempt at that liquidity grab, and we'll see if this is able to hold. It was definitely reactive. This is MOC. It is 3:50. There is 10 minutes left. I think if we lose this, we'll just rotate down to that like 90 area, 785, 790. So really important to see if buy side can hold here and push us out of this downtrend. It's getting a bit heavy here at this 800. I will not be taking a trade in the last 10 minutes. I can tell you that. I feel like this guy in Financial Juice just like stopped doing market on close. I don't know why. Free offer, pretty strong so far. Jesus, it's violent. No, it's not worth getting run over at all. Even if we know where the two areas of interest are, I still don't want to trade it. Even if it tags our level, that doesn't mean I get filled. You as well, Sauce. I will see you all tomorrow. So far, just holding our liquidity grab area where we saw that volatility step in at MOC. It's holding as resistance. Headed to our reversion target into 90 and immediately found a bid. Now just looking to see if we can get back over or if this is going to establish as resistance. Downtrend is holding. On the higher time frame, just as we come into close, it looks like we've just built out an upper balance, which is not bad. It's good, right? So we're just watching to see if overnight this upper area that we've just now kind of created is going to hold, right? And if we can develop here. If so, upside seems pretty likely still. Structurally, not a ton to work with, right? Starting to kind of show that curling over where we might need to come back down to our mean a bit before we can continue onward. So kind of really just keeping an eye on how we interact with this 60 area on this push down overnight. If 60s can hold, I think that we just kind of keep going up. The more likely scenario is probably having to come back down into this 680, 690, I would say, overnight, and then continuing onward if we're going to just kind of fix some of this curling action and come back down into this previous structure. That's kind of my take right now. But it's end of day. We're at our 790. If that 790 can hold, there's nothing to worry about. If it can't, then again, I think that coming back down into our 760s makes a lot of sense. 760s fail, then it's just going to be coming back down to this area where we consolidated earlier before this leg up. So just yeah, but at no point am I like incredibly bearish on this action compared to this move up, right? It just looks like we might need to pull back more to a mean and fill out this upper structure first. That's kind of my take into tomorrow. If I have any other thoughts, I'll post them in chat, of course. But yeah, it was a good day. A bit slow in the afternoon, but very solid morning and into a midday. So just kind of gonna keep an eye on for these retracements, and then tomorrow we'll see where we're at and play it from there. You guys have a good one. I will talk to you all tomorrow.